could review again what the AI said, so we all have that fresh in our minds. And maybe we'll do that. This will be number 3.
A me cleave, Captain?
Number 3.
Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain
All right, so that's up and running. I'm gonna let you finish watching this. I'm gonna go grab some stuff off the printer. I've got the puppy right here with me. You should still be able to hear me.
Rain, send the signal.
Right.
What the fuck?
Rain!
All right.
On my back.
Turn.
Blade up.
Let's see what we know so far. One, two, three. All right, so I got these pages here, so I can follow along while they're broadcasting. All right. Awesome. Let me refresh this. For whatever reason, it's not refreshing. So let's try it again. Doo-doo. We've got coffee. There we go. Now we're working. Now we're working. Okay. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. All right. Actually, let's do that. That is quite the intro, isn't it? We'll go ahead and finish letting that flash out here. Let's see.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
All right, so there's that. There's that. Okay. Ooh, it's eating him.
Get the body.
I am kind of excited to hear what they're going to talk about today. I had a writing utensil here somewhere.
We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you
My office is not as messy as it usually is, but it is still quite a mess. All right, we can use this as a writing utensil for now. Perfect. Okay.
Feed.
All right.
Grow, my child.
That has
I'll make
almost
sure
finished
you
playing
get
out.
filled.
We'll be able to hear it. We'll be able to watch it. So let me go ahead and flip over. All right, so after Exile II, perfect. Okay, so let me turn this back on, and let's go ahead. Can you guys see that very well? Actually, let's just go to this one. Let's go to this one. That's easier to see, I think. All right, so we have an hour or 50-something minutes. So let's read through this. Fatch. Wowee. All right, so what we know so far about The Last Druid. Patch 0.4.0 for PoE 2, titled The Last of the Druids, is scheduled to release on December the 12th. We know that. On PC and console. The developers behind the game, Grinding Gear Games, plan a reveal live stream on December 4th. That's today. 11 a.m. PST. Sorry, we're not 2 hours different yet because of the time change. To show all the new content, patch notes, and more. That'll be exciting. As part of the release, there'll be a free weekend, which is always nice of GGG to do that. Meaning even players without early access keys can actually play PoE 2 and the new content. Super nice. Super nice. The biggest confirmed new feature is the long-awaited Druid class, a hybrid strength intelligence class. The first in PoE 2 is being added. New skill gems and support gems are coming. And likely usable by all classes, not just the Druid. That means even if you don't play Druid, existing builds may get a power spike from new options, which I think that will be very interesting. Because what I was really kind of wondering is if Druids end up with if there is a Druid class that allows you to have minions, or a Druid build type that allows you to have minions. And I'm assuming minions will continue to cost spirit, since that seems to be the currency in which minions are managed. There's a lot of spirit items out there now, and a lot of minion type support gems out there now, which is why I was wondering if they do a minion Druid build, how powerful that will be out of the gate. And if it comes with its own skill gems, passive tree items, equipment types. I heard somebody say something about, hey, they're coming out with talismans, which I guess would be equivalent to like relics or whatever in Diablo 4 for Druids. Right, and those would be their weapons, and on that there would probably be spirit and minion type things. So now the question is, can a witch hold a scepter and a talisman and get more spirit and more minion capabilities by combining the two? I think that'll be kind of interesting as well. So anyway, so the last thing we read was the new support gems and the support skills that are coming, which I think that will be interesting to see all the different things there. What we believe is likely or rumored, but not fully confirmed yet. So the first one is because the full patch and the live streams haven't gone live yet, some aspects of The Last Druid remain speculation, but these are widely discussed and anticipated. So the first one being shapeshifting. So the ability to transform into beast or animal form, which I think will be interesting. A nature-themed build, so more of a caster type, which will have earth and storm and elemental spells. So similar, I would assume, to an elementalist, right? Which was it the Prophet build in PoE 1 that allowed you to do the nature spells and stuff, lightning and so on and so forth. So anyway, that'll be kind of interesting. New weapons and weapons types, potentially, again, staves, etc. Oh, thank you, Create with Candace. I appreciate the fish. So that'll be interesting. Like I was talking about, if quote unquote talismans is a new weapon type for Druids, and other classes can use that weapon type, which that may be a limitation that they put in there as well, is that witches can't use talismans, which would seem a little odd, but anyway. Oops, sorry. $11 a.m. So that says 3 hours, but that can't be right, because I was just looking at the live stream. Hang on a sec. Let's check up. Hang on. See, it says 51 minutes. Okay, I'm going to go with this. We're going to go with 51 minutes. All right, that's too bright. All right, so let's go down here. So we talked about shape-shifting, nature-themed. What is it in PoE 1? It is... the Elementalist. Anyway. Don't forget to take your screen. Yes, I will. Actually, we're going to start off Well, we will play for a little bit, but then we're going to go to this, and we'll watch the actual full live stream from that. So that'll be easy. All right, so let's talk about some of the other things that we think. Revisions to the passive and skill gem tree to support, obviously, these shape-shifting things, which will be interesting. So there'll be some new strength hybrid. And it'll be interesting to see if any of those are relevant for any of the other classes. Anyway, in-game adjustments, rework, Rise of the Abyssal to refine in-game progress and systems. I know they talked about revamping towers and how they work, etc. So that'll be kind of interesting to see. We don't really have any specifics again around what is going to change. We just know that there's going to be some changes. And good morning, Bree Duvall Young. Hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. What is still unknown or unclear but worth watching? Exactly which druid skills and forms will exist. Will there be a shapeshifter? Will there be a stormcaller? Will there be some sort of earth plant magic? And again, the whole question about some sort of a minion type build. And I do think that would be interesting. Let me think about it. So in Diablo 4, Druid has minion build in that it can do vines, right, that do a crowd control. It has werewolf or wolf companions, right? And that's really about it. What I think would be interesting is what our AI said in the build that we had asked for. So we had asked for it to give us several different builds. And one of the builds that it gave us was this Grove Caller Summoner minion build, which I like the idea. I like the concept here. So the concept, again, some sort of a vines or some sort of a crowd control apparatus. That would be cool. Spirit Beasts. Now, we've seen Spirit Beasts already. So it's not too far of a stretch that since Spirit Beasts are already in the game. So like when you see the little wisp floating around, right? So there's the deer, there's the owls, there's the charging herd of cows or steer or bison or whatever. There's the bear, there's the gorilla attack, etc. So that would be kind of interesting. And then some sort of living thorns thing, and then it says bark golems. So yes, some sort of a tree minion would be interesting, I think. Again, probably not too far of a stretch. In fact, I could see, so what is it? It's in is it Felthorn? Where you get your first, when you fight the boss, you get the first spirit upgrade. There are what I would consider to be plant-esque type. In fact, you know what? Let's go into the game for just a minute. Since we're talking about this, this might be somewhat interesting. All right, so that says 3 hours and 45 minutes, but I don't believe that that's true. I believe it'll be 51 minutes, like it says on the other thing. So let's go into here real quick. So this is our warrior build that AI gave us, and I would like to actually hear what's going on, but I don't need to see anymore, or I don't need to see with that anymore. All right, I want to go back to Freythorn. Okay, so I'm going to go back here for just a second. So we were talking about if there is a druid minion build, which I think would be super, super awesome. There is a creature type here. Hang on. Not these guys, obviously. These guys right here. Skeletal Spriggans. So see these Spriggans? So in our... so hang on just a sec. So in our AI build... it actually talks about summoning spriggans, dryads, or some sort of beasts. That would be pretty cool. So I could see something like that occurring, right? Because that would be pretty easy to incorporate because it's already in the game. I was making sure you guys could actually hear the game as well. So I could see these guys being in there. So that would be interesting if you could have minions of those from a nature perspective. That would be pretty cool. What was the other thing I was thinking about? Oh, so let's go back to our... Let's go back to the hunting grounds. And let's see if our... Let's see if our... Oh, there he is. So this guy here, right? So we know there's this beast.
The hunt begins.
Right? So we know there's this beast. Or wisp. Which in this case is the deer, right?
Keep on him. Sharp. That beast is marked.
So see, there were some lightning capabilities that it had. So I think that would be, I think that's a potential option for minions. That would be super cool. I would really like something like that. That would be awesome. And it talks about that in here, right? In our AI thing about, hey, it could do spirit beasts as a minion call. That would be super awesome. Let's see what else. All right, so let's hold right there and let's go back to our document real quick. We'll finish that out. All right, so we had that. Let's go back up here. So we talked about the fact about the new in-game content. Let's see what else. Exactly which druids and skill form. Oh, how balanced will the hybrid of int and strength work? That will be kind of interesting. Because they probably won't change the way int and strength work on weapons and gear, but I would assume that in the passive skill tree, there would be passives that you could take that were int / strength, maybe. But we already know right now in our passive tree, we can choose on the plane nodes if we want strength, dexterity, or int. So that's kind of already built in, where you can lean more towards one or the other. So it'll be interesting to see how they work that in. Anyway, let's see. Whether there'll be any new in-game content as far as zones or new campaign expansions, etc. I'm assuming, and we talked about this again, we talked about this yesterday, so let's go back to our game again here real quick. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'm assuming that they would have more... There would be at least some sort of a reference to how druids came about. So I'm assuming at some point they would either add that into the interludes, which are at the end of the game. So here, let's do this real quick. Let's go back to town, just because it'll be easier. So I'm assuming it'd be really easy to add it to the interludes. Or will they take a different route? Here, let's go ahead and log out of here. So let's look at our other character that we completed. Our level 65. Let's take a look at this. So I could see the easiest thing to do would be to add another interlude act. That would be the easiest thing. But what I'm going to guess is that there's probably going to be an Act 5. It will be probably the area that the Druids came from. So similar to Act 4. I think it'll be like this. It'll be very open. There'll be a general starting point, but then there will be maybe different areas within the Druid storyline that you can go to and interact with. Again, this is me just guessing. But for me, I would think the easiest thing to do would be to now have the Druid group joining this group, and there would be one more interlude, and there would be some more bosses and so on and so forth. Because either way, so I'm just trying to think about this. If you add a new act, then you still have to add a new interlude, I think. Because basically you're experiencing a new group of people, right? So you got the is it the Karui? I'm going to say this wrong anyway. I'm going to say it's the Karui. So you have this new group that came in, right? And these are this is their storyline, kind of, sort of. And do we have, so let's see, what do we have? We have, so in the Glade, we have the Aztecs, right? In the Glade, we have the Aztecs. In here, we have the group from Act 2. And now, for some reason, I can't think of that group, the Kahari. So we got that. And then we have the Refuge, which is the people that are there on the island when we first start. So I would think that if you add a new act, although the Karui aren't included in this group either. So I guess you could add a new act without actually adding a new interlude. But I would assume that if you did add a new act, you would add a new interlude and probably include a group like the Kahari or the Kuari and or the Druids, whatever that group is. Although we're supposedly the last of them. So maybe there aren't any more, and we are the only one. And so therefore, you don't need to add another act or an interlude. But I would find it hard to believe that you wouldn't add one more act. Because how does the interlude end? We go back to the ziggurat because we were too late and the beast of corruption had already gotten loose. So the next act would be we continue after we're regrouping, right? And maybe we're finding another group to help us fight the corruption. Yeah, I could probably see that. That would be interesting. I think that would be interesting. And then, I could definitely see that.
What is it? In a time of minimal sentience, and most of it mad, what you encounter out there can be quite malleable. What we expect that device.
So let's look at our
indeed.
Yeah, so oh, that's right. I've already gotten towers and stuff in this map. Oh, that's right. Okay, I guess yeah, I guess I could see them adding one more act. There's 10 acts in PoE 1. So let's say this made 5. And this would be about regrouping and maybe getting another group of people involved in the fight against the corruption. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so let's predict. We'll write this down. Here, I'll write it down in our what we don't know yet. Let's predict that we get one new act. So we'll say we get an Act 5. And we get... So do we think Interlude goes away? Or does Interlude just move past Act 5? That we don't know. And would we get another Interlude added? For right now, let's just say we get an Act 5. See, that takes us to West March. And that could be post the Interlude. So there could be 4 acts, the Interlude, and then Act 5, 6, 7, and 8. Maybe there's only 8 before you get to maps. There doesn't necessarily have to be 10 like there is in PoE 1. And I'm just talking about for the initial release, right? They could always do more later. Okay, so let's say that. So let's say that there's just one new act, Act 5. All right, cool. So let's go back over to here real quick. So we added that there'll be one new act. So what does this mean for the players, content, etc.? Even if you don't play Druid, there will be new gems that support buffs, etc. Agreed. See, which I think that when the witch minion build is worth exploring after the patch. I will definitely do that. I would definitely be doing that because I love the minion builds, which is why I'm going to try the Druid minion build first. If you try Druid, there's an opportunity. If you try Druid, Druid, there's an opportunity to build a hybrid minion shapeshifter elemental build, depending on what we actually get. The free weekend means there'll be both. Yep, that's fine. What are the expectations down here? So the final expectations are the Druid will have multiple forms, i.e. beast, elemental, probably some sort of a summoning nature construct, so a minion build, I agree. So we basically think there'll be 3 types for the Druid. There will be a shapeshifter type, there will be a elementalist type, and then there'll be some sort of a summoner or minion build type. Agreed. There'll be no support gems, passive tree expansion, which will be interesting. Balance. That'll always be interesting. Somebody's going to come up with some crazy build right out of the gate that's just going to be super silly. And then the free weekend. So those are all things that we're looking forward to. Or at least I know I'm looking forward to. So I think that's going to be exciting. So we're going to watch that. Let's see. Poke. Catch. All right. So we're going to watch that in 43 minutes. All right, cool. So in the meantime, we'll shut that. We'll go back here. I can take these off. Let's go back to our melee build. And I have it up on the other screen, so I'm watching that. So make sure that we don't miss that. And I'm assuming there's not a problem with me broadcasting that stream while I comment on it. Because I know they're broadcasting it on Twitch as well, which obviously we'll give them a shout out. So you can join their channel if you want as well. So where are we? We are actually, believe it or not, we are at the mansion. Nobody caught the Pokemon. All right, I have to remember what is our build? What is our build? Oh yeah. Our build is hit you and you die. Hit you and you die, but we cannot stand in the stuff. So we're gonna have to learn to hit and move. Because remember, we have no... I wish there was some sort of a leap skill, because there is no leap skill. We have no roll because of the helmet we have on. We have no shield charge because we're not using a shield. So we have no roll and no shield charge. And that I'm aware of, we do not have a... Oh, leap slam. Okay, so we can get leap slam at 22. That'll give us at least some ability to get out of trouble. And then we're going for Earth Shatter at 22 as well. So we still have 5. We have 7 levels still to go to get to this. We're not doing Perfect Strike. What is Perfect Strike like? Channel to charge up your weapon with fire, releasing with perfect timing will create a damage wave of intense fire. I've never tried that before. So what is that like? Let's just try this real quick, just because I'm curious. It says it does 142% more damage. Oh, I have to time it perfectly. Oh, I have to. Ooh, no, I don't like that. Okay, yeah, we won't be doing that. Yeah. We will not be doing that. Okay. Go back to what we were playing with. I am kind of curious how we're going to fare against this first boss. We will need to fix our cold resist. We will need to put on a relic that will reduce our ability to be frozen. Because what we cannot afford to do is be held standing still any more than we already do stand still. I will say this: for those who do play melee, I give you guys credit, man. It feels like a slow build.
This mana alive.
Now, we do have a leech capability currently, and it may not be enough. Let's go back and take this guy, because we're still going to need that fire thing. We're going to need the fire buff. The increase to our resistances. Where is he? Isn't he on this second level? Oh, here we go. All right, now this will be very interesting. I'm not making any promises of surviving.
First ones.
What madness is this?
Did we get the stun on him? Nope. There we go. Now we got the stun on him. Well, that wasn't horrible. Okay, so now we were doing faster attack. We'll do one more faster attack, and then I think we're gonna have to do I still think we need this armor node. I mean, that's just me. We can get rid of it later. Do I want more area damage? No, I just want more melee damage. Okay. All right, let's go. I'm assuming this is our stairwell down. Yay! Okay. We have to do a lot more moving around. Because we can't stand there and let those little festering pool things show up underneath us. We can handle all the rest of this stuff. I'm wondering if we should upgrade. Here we go. There we go. That worked a little bit better. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, so far it's just been a lot of speculation. Excuse me. I am curious though. There we go. I really do hope they enable some sort of a minion build. I like minion builds. I think they're interesting. I know a lot of people go, yeah, but you don't do anything with a minion build. Well, I mean, that's the whole purpose of doing a good minion build. If you do a good minion build, you're right. You really don't have to do much of anything. That's what the minions are for. That's why you have minions. Right? If you were Gru and you had minions, you'd have minions do all the work, right? That is not the correct door. So let's see if we can find the correct door or stairs. And we did. Okay, perfect. Ba-da, ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba. All right. So, like I said, melee so far has been very interesting. I give people who play melee a lot of credit because it is definitely a different type of build. It plays a lot differently. It is, I say slower. You know, I say that about the Diablo 4 warrior build as well, because they start slow. But once you get everything online, your bleed, and whatever else it is you're doing. It actually doesn't do too bad. All right, so we need to go back to town real quick because we need to put on a cannot freeze, and we need to put on some sort of cold protection. Or what is our cold resist right now? 36. So not terrible. Oh, we need to use that. Let's have you identify stuff. And then let's sell you stuff.
Anything take your fancy? I'll find some use for that. Go well.
Let's rip these. We're now looking for freeze protection. I think I want to go back all the way down here somewhere. Yeah, a couple of these have longer durations. Or not, but we can give them longer durations. Let's do... %, reduce charges per use. Oh, that's nice. And increase duration by 20%, so 4.8 seconds. 70 and 70, or 17 and 17. Okay, so that's pretty cool. All right, so we'll go with that. We have 9 health potions. I did not see, can we up our, oh, we can up our health potions, can't we? What can we up them to? That gives me 8 at 250. That gives me 9 at 260. We'll take that. What else will we take? Not that. That gives me 8 at 110. That gives me 7 at 110. Yeah, we'll take the 8. Fill back up again. Oh, 9 and 9. Okay, cool. 9 and 9. And we got 30 minutes. What do we want to do? Do we need to do anything? I guess we don't need to do anything.
Horrific! They're insane!
All right. Here goes nothing. Kill him. All right, I gotta remember to move.
I'll remove your head myself.
Move and hit, move and hit, move and hit, move and hit. Okay.
Easy.
Oh, I gotta remember, I don't have... Well, we got a stun on him.
Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I you are too weak to do the job. I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore. How dare you abandon after all I've given you? Desolation. Requiem on high.
Okay, so just stay out of the white things.
I smell your blood.
There we go. Oh, we got a stun on him. That's good. Oh, we did not move out of that fast enough, did we? Oh, that's bad. Can we get another stun on him? Oh, I didn't get it.
Fang, tooth, and claw. Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured. And howled now in tune.
Okay, we still have 7 health pots, so we're still doing pretty good.
None knew, none old. And their endless hunger grew ever
Okay, we have all of our health pots back.
I will take out your heart.
Okay, that's bad. Another stun? Yes. Hey, we survived. We survived.
Allow me to clear your mind.
I think that's my first melee character to get past one. Oh no, I think we got past it with a...
It consumed my being.
I think we got past it with the monk.
Used it against me. Where has she taken the beast?
But this is our first warrior to
Found
get past it.
messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This first boss at the start of Act 2.
Please. Stop the madness. As you wish.
So we were out of position a couple of times there. I mean, nothing
To Clearfell to make our preparations.
nothing horrible. Yeah, we were definitely out of position a couple of times. Yep,
We must pursue.
we will pursue the corruption.
Thank you.
Let's sell some stuff.
Count, dear, we can finally.
We'll sell that. We'll sell that. I'm not in any hurry to get rid of this stuff, I guess. And some of the stuff I have no place to put it anyway. And you're not really going to have anything super awesome for me anyway. Do you have anything of
You've
interest?
done well. The dark may the first.
No, not really. I mean, nothing for this build, that's for sure. No. Yeah, you got Squadoosh. Was there any... I don't think there was any equipment that we were waiting to be able to put on. What is... So I could put, like, lightning resist in there. So let's add lightning resist to our helmet, because our lightning resist is pretty low at the moment. What I'm wondering is, do I add more resistances to these? Oh, let's look at boots. There was a pair of boots I thought. Oh yeah, these right here. Movement speed, increased armor and evasion, stun threshold, iron reflexes. And what were iron reflexes again? Convert all evasion rating to armor. Okay. Let's try those. Although we're gonna miss out on some resistances. Cold and fire. And maximum life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any evasion on here at the moment. So is it really worth putting these on? I don't think so. I don't think it's worth it. 22, 23, and 36. Yeah, we should probably put a lightning and a fire. So if I do 10 and 10, that's 32, 33, and 36. It's probably better than not doing. Excuse me. It's probably better than not doing it. So let's do fire and lightning again. Do another 15, I guess, on lightning resist. So what are we looking at now? 33, 36, and 34. Yeah, not great. Not great. Although we could... We could probably upgrade our rings real quick. Yeah, see, there's some other rings in here. Oh, no, that's interesting. Then I say I would wear those boots for that. Oh, and melee damage. That's right. Do we have one in is +1 to melee skills? Yep. And that's +1 to melee skills as well? Yep. Okay, we don't have a ring that does that. Evasion and dexterity. Why do you keep giving me stuff I don't want? There's a bunch of stuff in here I don't want. Accuracy, life, mana, minion skills. Wow. That's a great one to have later. Although I say later, like I'm ever going to do this again. Increased armor, increased energy shield, max life, cold resist, lightning resist, regenerate, but not... Alright, okay. Let's... Yeah, let's not mess with it right now, I guess. I guess there's... I mean, there's just nothing in here jumping out at me going. +4 to all attributes. Lightning resist, increased mana regeneration. Fire resist. Maybe, I guess. Is there a good cold resist ring up here? Cold resist, cold resist. Maximum mana. Increased cast speed. Nope. Nope. All right. So no, nothing really. Nothing jumping out at us. Level 52. Oh my golly, level 17. Well, neither one of those things worked out for us. Hi, bud. Intelligence, which we don't want. Attributes, increased armor. Okay. It's almost like I got to figure out where these things are going. +10 to all elemental resists. Oh, that's level 52. Never mind. +1 to projectile skills. Well, that just decided that, didn't it? We could replace this one, but which one would I replace? Probably that one. No, this one. All right, so let's replace that one. All right, let's take a look again. All right. 46, 36, 49. Okay, that's better. That's better. All right. I think we can move around on that. We're ready to go to Act 2.
How can I advise you?
Which this will be very interesting.
The trail of corruption leads east. So east we shall go. It seems fate conspires to return me to the plains of Vastiri.
To the plains of
The
Vastiri.
Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm.
All right, 19
I
minutes.
must pursue her to the plains of Vastiri. We should find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Well, sir, we have a...
This outpost seems to be part of a trade route. Do whatever it takes.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So really, so far, our main attack has just been our
A culture of
whatever our
warriors.
basic attack is. I mean, that's it. Oh, now, do you have anything interesting? No, not really. No, not really. All right. So let's go see how we do with this boss. Maybe I should increase... Oh, that's right. I can't increase our... I don't understand why I can't increase my basic skill. Because what I want to do is, since this is the skill that's doing all the work, I want to add a gem slot to it. It won't let me. Although I have a third one there. What can I add to that? Ignite? Nope. Rage? Nope. Brutality? What? All right. Why won't it let me walk through there? Okay. I have to be able to walk through the hole. Whoa, 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 whoa. Man, who's doing all that damage? Man, somebody was doing a lot of damage to us. Well, I already know where you're going. Yep. All right, can we find our way to the boss relatively quickly? All right. Do 14 minutes. We'll need to go get a cup of coffee before that. Do we take increased armor? I really think we should take those two things. And then we can pick these up. We can get rid of those other ones later. Okay. But you need to go outside. All right, chat. Hang on one second. I need to take the puppy out. I'll be right back. And I'm going to get another cup of coffee. All right, we're back. And again, just to remind everybody, for here in Texas, it's cold out. All right. Oh, hang on. That's not even on. There we go. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Oh, and we went into commercial. Wonderful. All right. Let's go kill this boss real quick. See if we can find him. We have 14 minutes.
Face me!
Okay, that's 2 exalted orbs. Wow, that's pretty fast. All right, so not up there. Not there. Maybe down here somewhere? Nope. And then this takes us back to our entrance. Should take care of all of them. Oh, it has a time. It has a cooldown timer on it. Well, that's horrible. All right, so that means it's got to be over here somewhere. And I think we can do this in 8 minutes. Right? We can do this. Not the right one. Not the right one. Not the right one. Well, we've got all the things following us now. Well, that worked pretty well. All right, this is the right one. No, not the right one. Well, there's only one choice left. Here we go. That's not the right way either. All right, so this has got to be the right way because we're running out of places to go. There we go. Perfect. All right, 6 minutes left. I think we can do this in 6 minutes. I think we can do this in 6 minutes. All right, this is going to be interesting because we don't have a dodge roll. Definitely going to have to stay out of his way. Ooh, we cannot take very many hits like that or like that. But we can beat him.
It is done.
There we go.
Return to the caravan.
Hey, we did it. Bloodstone amulet. Okay. Yay for us. And there's 4 minutes left. Okay, so let's go back to town. Yay for us.
You
defeated the raiders?
I did. I know. I found it hard to believe
Such a
myself.
fortuitous stranger. Welcome to the Adura Agara. You may travel with us in exchange for your service as a Jingak.
As a
You will
Jingak?
have really the respect of one of our own for as long as you stay.
Awesome. All right. Here we go. 3 minutes.
Then no
3
mates.
minutes and counting.
Much like
The beast is on the move, twisting the desert.
The
as it
beast is
goes,
on the move.
waking ancient dead and unknown horrors alike.
Waking ancient dead and
Hunters
unknown
brought
horrors
here as
alike.
part of some nefarious plan.
Nefarious?
You as allies here.
Tell me it's not
must track
nefarious.
them down and convince them to give up
Not
this madness.
nefarious.
Move
All right.
swiftly.
We're selling everything that we picked
Who
up.
goes there? By the sound of your voice, you cannot be Maraketh. You may trade with me, for trade is the lifeblood of survival in the desert. But expect no kindness.
Expect no kindness. Well, now, what kind of policy is that? Increased evasion.
As you wish.
Taking either of those. Or that. What do you have for me? Anything interesting? 57 to 85. 77% increased physical damage. I think we'll probably upgrade our weapon, but we'll probably
Speak up.
buy it. Since we have the cash and resources to do so. You have nothing that we want.
Stay inside.
Let's unload our stuff here. We can get rid of some of this stuff. We can get rid of 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. We could probably sell anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doo-doo. Strength, unique items, essences, gems and rings. All right. Says we still have a minute 23 to go. I'm gonna actually wait until they do start, and then we'll flip over.
I care not where you came from, nor what caste you might
I
have
do
been
not
in.
care where you came
All
from.
that matters is that you have shown
All that
yourself capable in
matters.
battle, Jingak. Remain a friend to the Ardura,
Remain a
and you shall
friend.
have nothing but respect from us.
Well, thank you. Doo-doo-doo.
So, the beast has entered the world once more. We were following a trail of corruption before we were waylaid, and now we shall resume the hunt. We Maraket are honored bound to seek and contain corruption wherever it may be found. It seems the sacred duty falls on us once more. The trail connects to 2 locations, but we don't know where the beast currently resides.
Okay, so I have this
I'm
paper
willing to
copy
begin
here
wherever
of
the
our
winds or
notes
shade
from our
deems
AI.
wisest.
And like I said, as I hear things in today's discussion, I will make notes on here. So I have that. I got my pencil. And then afterwards we can review what we heard
Fight to the last.
versus what our AI predicted. All right, so that should take care of that. So I'm going to go ahead and exit back to the main selection. All right, so this says they've started. So let me go ahead and we'll mute that. We'll undo that. We'll undo this. We'll go here.
Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
Well, hang on just a sec.
We
The keepers of the flame
Why is it not
serve the
going
will of the dreamer. His
to full?
instructions whispered from beyond the
There
wall
we go.
of sleep.
And then full screen that.
But now, the
We won't watch
Hiveborn
chat.
are
All right,
here,
so I need to
on
switch
their
headphones so I can
task,
hear.
and they seek to poison our world.
All right, here we go. Let me know if that's too loud, not loud enough. Versus me talking.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords.
Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off for now. Cool.
And by his gifts, the dreamer provides.
Ah, yes.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it. Whatever it takes.
Let's Keepers of the Flame. Alright, so hopefully I haven't done this wrong. Oh, that's last month. Okay, never mind. Hang on. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Now, as you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress.
Oh,
the
so
story
they
of Breach
aren't
by moving
online
a
at
slew
the
of new
moment.
updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic.
Oh, well, then maybe I was wrong. Maybe they're not. Let's try that again. All right, let's go back. Switch. And this says... All right. Oh, we're getting a patch. Interesting. Hmm. It's a very small patch, so I'm assuming nothing. Hopefully, I'm assuming they're just fixes. I guess I could look at the notes if I wanted to. Oh, very interesting. Okay. Well, their their Twitch page said that it was starting right then, but it still does not show. That they're currently live. Okay. Unless there's a Path of Exile 2 page that I'm... No, that's that. Okay. Let's see what this says. Resume. Oh, now see, it says 2 hours still. So that's weird. Well, that would be 12:30, 1 o'clock our time. So they must have changed it. 11 a.m. December. Oh, it did change because that did not say 11 a.m. December. 11, 12, 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. Well, then we will go back in. Oh, here, I need to change headsets again. Well, we will go back in. probably about 10 minutes to 1, 5 minutes to 1. Let's try that again. Well, I was mistaken. Okay. Let's see, what can we do next? Alright, so we made it past that boss, which I'm a little surprised. You got your bone. You chewing on your bone, my boy. Alrighty. Oh, let's
Why
look
have we
for...
The Halani gates are closed for the first. So, we Maraket, the trail connects to for glory.
So let's go back on board. What level is our weapon currently? Our weapon is level 11. We're level 17. Well, that's not too bad. And we're doing 57 damage.
I hear you. Browse as
What
long
did it
as you
have
like.
over here? It had 57. So yeah, see, that's not, and that's level 16. All right, let's browse real quick. Although we don't really get a change until 22. So let's look at one-handed, I guess axe or mace. It doesn't matter really, does it, to us? I guess let's go with axe. The requirement is we don't want it to be any higher than 22. Because let's say that's when we're changing our level. And the one thing that we do want is plus melee skills. At least +2. At least +2 to all melee skills. Which I think is going to be down here toward the bottom somewhere. Ah, there we go. So let's say a minimum of +2. Nothing. What about maces? Oh, maces have that. Well, not really impressed. 14, 29, 39. So do we, is there a physical damage? Is there a physical damage filter? Minimum damage has to be, what are we're doing 57 already. Well, let's say minimum damage has to be 60. Okay. And why is that higher? $43 to $59. Well, that's not better than what we're doing because we're doing a minimum of. Okay, hang on. We are doing a minimum of 50, right? Yeah, we're doing a minimum of 50. Okay, so I see. Never mind. It just dawned on me. All right, we need to have increased physical damage. Okay, so let's blank that. And then let's go down here and do percent of physical damage. Intelligence, maximum increase, movement speed, physical damage. No, I don't want explicit. I want an implicit. Oh, here we go. I want a minimum of 70%. There we go. All right, so let's actually say a minimum of 80%. Yeah, see, there we go. 20 exalted orbs. Are you serious? For a level 12 item? Six divine orbs? $75 to $101. Wow. So it has the increased physical damage on that as well. That's crazy. 20 exalted orbs for that? Okay, so does it get better or worse? That's what I'm concerned about. So let's say it's level 30. Oh, okay, so then it's one exalted. Wow, it gets worse. Divine, 6 divines. We may have to go shopping at some point. That seems crazy. Listed 39 minutes ago. So DPS would be 92. Total DPS is 96. What's our total DPS? T8, T9, 10, 5, 6, and 6. Oh, so we got a max on the increased damage. We didn't care about accuracy rating. 1 to 10 instead of 7 to 10. We got +2, okay. Critical strike bonus we didn't care about. Critical strike hit we don't care about. And I don't think we have any more maces. %. So we got the max increased physical damage. Got min strength, min accuracy, increased light radius, which is terrible. Although that's 92. Oh, that's level 38. Wow, that's a long ways away. All right, so things to keep in mind. We are looking... Oh, that did not have +2, right? That did not have +2 to... That's a level 50, 82% physical damage. But no +2 on the... Oh, and see, that doesn't have +2 either. All right, so we're going to have to keep our eyes open. Yeah, all these are going to be horrible, aren't they? Wow, I did not do a very good job of that. Okay, so there's +2 level. But it doesn't have any of the other stuff that I want. Okay. I should really probably get rid of all those then. So that's really horrible. I really did not think this through very well, did I? Spears, scepters. Do I not have any axes? Wands, maces, staffs. No. No. I don't... Are you telling me I have no... I have wands, maces, staves, crossbows, quarterstaves, spears, scepters, not one axe. Interesting. All right, yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of an issue, aren't we? We're gonna run out of our weapon here in a minute. So we do need to keep an eye open for +2 to weapon skills and high fizz damage. Okay. Wow, well, I'm glad we looked at that. I'm very glad we looked at that, because that would have been horrible. That would have been absolutely horrific. That would have been absolutely horrific. All right, hang on. I'm taking a look at something here. All right, we can pause that. Okay. Well, the good news is, at least we know. At least we know. So that's the good news. And we're doing, what did I say, 57? To 76, so that's really pretty decent. And that I know of, other than buying one, I have no other way of getting a hammer, right? I have no other way of getting, I mean, other than finding it, I have no other way of getting it. I can either buy it on the trade store,
so much metal for?
Or I can find it.
Outfit an army with a mine of this scale.
Or I can find it at the vendor and maybe craft it. Well, that is interesting. Yeah, these guys may be a little bit Well, we have some things to think about. At 22, we get to change our strategy. I am going to go ahead and take this, and then we'll start taking more melee damage. But this takes our armor to what? 832. 70% of our damage is reduced. Okay. So 72% of the damage that we take is reduced. Well, how much damage are these guys doing then? Getting a lot of blacksmith stones. Okay. I'm trying to think here. Are there other opportunities?
These Faradin play a dangerous game.
And the answer to that is there is not really another. So for 4 more levels, we're just going to have to kind of bang our way through, so to speak. I can tell you this. I do not even want to think what playing this build would be like. without having the advantages that we have right now in the weapon and armor availability that we have. Because I gotta be honest with you, I feel like it would be pretty bad. I have a feeling we would be dying a lot. Well, there's level 19. All right, level 19 says 10% more melee damage. And that puts us at... See, that's 517. See, and I think I could make that a lot higher if I could actually extend that. Because these options that they give us are terrible. Perfect Strike is horrible. That's terrible. That's slow. I'm hoping this is going to be better. Does it have a cast time? 80% of base damage. Well, that's not great. Attack speed is 80% of base, so it is a little bit slower. Attack damage is only 74%, so that's not great. Additional effects.
Earthshatter is a slam that creates a spike of rock. Using Warcry skills nearby will cause the rock to explode. Try placing several rocks and destroying them all at once for huge damage. Earthshatter is a slam that creates a spike of rock. Using Warcry skills nearby will cause the rock to explode. On impact, Molten Blast will explode and fling shrapnel projectiles forwards. This skill excels at igniting enemies. On impact, Molten Blast will explode and fling shrapnel projectiles forwards.
Well, that's not very good either.
Excels at Volcanic Fissure damages enemies and creates smoldering cracks in the earth. If you use another slam skill on the cracks, they will erupt with aftershock explosions. Volcanic Fissure damages enemies and creates smoldering cracks in the earth.
So if I do that
if you
plus
use another slam skill on the cracks,
rolling
they will
slam,
erupt with aftershock explosions. Volcanic Fissure damages enemies and creates...
Boy, these are just terrible, aren't they?
Sunder
there.
The earth in a
That's
wide
what we're looking
wave
for, is
and
Sunder.
causes
We don't get that till
shockwaves
level
from any enemies
31.
hit. Targets with fully broken armor will be sundered, causing them to take more physical damage for a few seconds. Use Fortifying Cry to gain power from nearby enemies and receive the Guard buff, which protects your life. Fortifying Cry also empowers your next few shield attacks to create shockwaves. Use Fortifying Cry to gain power from nearby enemies. Hold down the button for Supercharged Slam to charge up a massive swing. The longer you hold, the more damage it will deal and the more aftershocks the... Seismic Cry damages and knocks back enemies, heavily stunning targets that have near full stun meters.
Boy, none of these are really that great.
Warrior Totem will attack for you, using mace skills that you have socketed into it. Because of its power, it requires 3 endurance charges to create an Ancestral Warrior Totem. Hammer of the Gods requires glory accumulated from stunning enemies. At maximum glory, use the skill to call down a giant hammer to crush your enemy. Ancestral Cry builds up glory anytime you ignite enemies. When it has maximum glory, you can use the skill to become an avatar of Kaum for a short time. As an avatar, Your melee attacks are ancestrally boosted. You throw up molten globules on every attack, and your footsteps slam the ground. Ancestral Cry builds up glory anytime. Leap Slam is useful for closing in on enemies and stunning them. It is even more effective against enemies with broken armor. Leaps.
Okay. So we're really stuck with this until like level 30. So we're just basically going to use our single target melee skill that we can't upgrade anymore because it won't let us put more gem slots on it. Which seems really ridiculous because it is the most powerful of the attacks that they give us.
Meek creature.
Okay, so well, melee is going to be really weird. Do. Oh, we made it. Cool. Grubbin. The Grubbin escaped. Grubbin.
What happened here?
Ba-dum bum bum ba-dum. What in the world were you? You drinking some water, my bud?
No lock is unbreakable.
Wow, we're dead. Alright, so the chaos damage kills us almost instantaneously. That's really bad. Oh, but we got our box. Still. Well, that's not nearly as good. See, to me, tanking melee means I can just stand right there and beat these guys down. And I don't feel like I can do that, even with the whole shield. Because what is the shield? What does a shield attack thing give me? It's going to give me like half the amount of damage. It's going to cut my damage at least in half. And shield charge does what for me? Anything at all? I mean, not really. Because then I'm just going to walk around with my shield up all the time, right? Or be shield charging all the time? Alright, let's see how we do against this boss. So we've already had our first death. But that was our first death. Doesn't make me happy. But we have had only one so far. Who knows? Maybe I'll need to put a death counter up after this. Okay. Yeah, because... Okay. How is it... I mean, because I'm already reducing damage by 70%. How much armor do you have to have? I guess that would be my question. How much armor do you have to have? Okay, so that comes in over there somewhere. So, all right, hang on. So that's not going to get me anywhere. That's not going to get me anywhere. So that's how I'm going to have to get around to it. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, I'll need to switch that to fire, won't I? Yeah, alright. We need to switch our protection back over to fire, which I don't have on me. Yep, okay. But I'm assuming they were going to broadcast this on their own channel. GGG, I mean. So that others could stream it as well, or show it and talk to it. Let's equip that. I think everything's already identified. So, and then we're stripping those two things. I think I'm getting rid of that too. Oh, wait, that did not work.
You may trade with. Goodbye. Strike like the blessings.
All right, let's try a couple of things here. Do. Actually, I should just sell some of these. I mean, it's not like I don't have more. And it's not like I'm not going to get more. Okay. Oh, I don't have her yet. I'm getting her. Okay. So let's go get her. And then maybe we'll Gamba, see if we can get a better weapon. Sure.
Help me! She's insane!
You'll burn!
Oh, so we already have Karuis as a... Okay. Oh, hey. Oh, she's got some big slam. That's right. There we go. Get out of the way again, please, if you don't mind. There we go. Single target's definitely easier for this guy.
Winds praise you. 1,000 praises, my friend. Please take me back.
All right.
Maybe she knows what's going on.
Okay. Oh, another Grubbin. Another Grubbin has gotten away. All right.
Who goes there?
Sell.
As you
That.
wish. Sands guide you.
All right, let's go talk to her.
I know what Jaman Ra intends. He intends to the Halani, but there is
Yeah, see, I'm really thinking...
So, let us see. So, we Marak, the trail connect. Fight to the last.
Yes? That is something. Farewell.
All right, let's see what we've got and see what we can play with.
If you are the trait, I will tell you. Warm nights.
What do we have? Anything? No. 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 Well, no, that's not bad. 73, 63. Doesn't one of these change? Now that gives me 4 random modifiers. Okay. Okay, so let's take that out of there. Let's put this one in there. So do I do this first in case, I guess? And then do this? Ooh. That's not very pretty. That's not very nice. Yeah, and it's not really worth spending any more of that on it, is it? No. Okay. Well, 88 accuracy, or 88 increased fizz. So that's better than what we have. We would like the +2, although I don't know what our odds are against that. I'm assuming they're relatively low. +3. Oh, never mind. Now, if I touch this again, with one of these, do I screw this up? I can't actually overwrite the +3 now, right? Okay, that's really not bad, is it? Is there any reason to even do any more of the rest of these? Okay, do I do it? You know that this is absolutely Did it do anything at all? I don't think it did anything at all. Okay, so now if we put, I don't even know that I have more physical damage. Oh, right there, physical damage. Melee leeches 2% physical damage is mana. Oh, never mind, that's not the right one then. Okay, so where's the... Greater iron rune. So I need an iron rune. Alright, hang on. Let's do this first.
I shall put this to use. Goodbye.
Now, just out of curiosity...
Tempered by flame.
Ooh, that does up that a bunch. See, I wish I could pull my runes back out of here. Yeah, so it goes from 390 to 540. That's pretty decent. I'm assuming... And I'm assuming, so we want iron runes. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Thursday. Okay, we want... iron. We want, that's what we would like. $500 to 1. Are you crazy? Did you get a new mic? I did. Can you hear me okay? I did get a new mic. It's a little, actually, it's my wife's lapel mic that we bought for her stream. But I've been testing it out the last couple of days. I think I like it better than the other microphone. 500 to 1. Are you out of your mind? That just seems crazy. Oh, we can hear it better than normal. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. 500. That is absolutely nuts. How are you, Terrabin? I hope you're doing good. Hey, just as a reminder to everybody, I'll be creating the groups for our college football playoffs, which the final bracket comes out Tuesday of next week. And we will be submitting that. And then the winners of that bracket will get their very own version of this little trophy to hang somewhere of their choosing. And then we're doing a baking stream on Saturday, Candace and I, and I'm going to just try to broadcast her stream from my channel as well.
We must share songs when the opportunity arises.
But yeah, we'll be doing Christmas cookies on Saturday, this Saturday. Looking forward to that. We're going to listen to the GGG update here in a couple of hours, right? 2 hours? 2 hours, roughly? Is that what it says? Oh, an hour and 51 minutes. So, yeah. So, an hour and 51 minutes, we'll be listening to that, and we're going to compare what AI says is coming in the new release versus what GGG actually confirms. And what I was excited about as I was thinking about this and we were reading back through the AI content this morning, one of the things that AI said was that there's going to be potentially a minion build for Druids, which I think would be really cool. Because there's already saplings. We saw them in Felthorn or Freythorn. And there is already spirit beasts, which we've already seen with the little wisps, right? There's all the spirit beasts. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a minion build type for Druid. And if that's the case, AI has already given us a minion Druid build for when that comes out. So I'm actually looking forward to that. But I am not paying 500 exalts for a iron rune. There's got to be some way to farm those things, I would think. Right? There's got to be. There's got to be. Anyway, we finished our AI minion build for Witch. Yesterday, we made it to maps very easily. And of course, the beginning maps are no problem for us because we've got some really good gear. We just made this wonderful hammer here, and I was going to put some runes in it. And I want to put these iron runes in there that give it increased damage, physical damage. But I can't do that until level 30 because I don't have any of the lower ones because one of them is in here. But I may take the leech as life. I may put one of those in. I may actually put two of those in there. I can stack them, right?
Flame of the Forge!
Yeah, 4% increased physical damage is life. Okay, cool. Let's try that. Okay. So here's what I will say about melee. Oh my golly. It is so slow. It is so slow. It is just really hard to get a flow like you do with some other builds. You know, like with the Ranger build, you kind of get a flow of shoot and move, You know kind of what your AoE damage is and stuff. With these, it's just, I don't know. So we're our build looks like this. We're actually using our mace strike, which is, believe it or not, our strongest and most powerful hit so far. Our other skills, Molten Blast, is terrible. First of all, it's slow. Second of all, it does a third of the damage. Well, not even half. So it does a third of the damage. Even with Infernal Cryon, we are doing Herald, which does help us a little bit. But it is just so slow. And our other challenge is the helmet that we have chose to wear, which gives us plus 90% armor. It also gives us Unwavering Stance. Well, come to find out, Unwavering Stance means you have no dodge. So you can see me hitting my right trigger button here to dodge, and we have no dodge. Okay, well, that's better than it was. But what I'm really surprised at is, so my armor right now reduces my damage intake by 80%. What I'm surprised at is how much damage I do actually take still. That 80% reduction. It's kind of surprising. I would not have expected to take that high. I mean, I would not have expected it to translate in me losing that much of my life. And we can't do jump slam, so we're really just kind of waiting until we get to like level 30. See, I mean, look at the life that I'm losing. I mean, that just seems a little nutso. I mean, I don't feel like I lose that much life when I'm doing a minion build, or even a ranger build for that matter. Yeah, this just seems really awkward and very slow.
Feel my wrath.
I mean, to me, tanking just should feel different. To me, tanking should be, hey, I can stand here and go toe-to-toe with you for the most part and just really do some damage. But I mean, look at this. I just feel like I'm constantly having to use my life flasks. And it just is really, really slow. Because here's the thing, I wouldn't mind if it was slow and the attacks were slow, if I knew I could, again, stand there toe-to-toe with them, right, and not constantly be worried about, oh, I gotta move out of the way now. Oh, I gotta run away now. I gotta run away. Oh, congratulations, Brianna Duvall, for catching the Pokemon. I may have to try, I don't know, I may have to go to a single-handed weapon. And a shield. I hate that even more because that to me is even slower. I mean, I could use shield charge, I guess, but that doesn't seem to be that great either, in my opinion. here's the thing. I took a warrior build in PoE 1 all the way to in-game, and I never felt as weak, as fragile. Maybe that's the right word. I just felt more durable and more sturdy. Yeah, the economy is getting ready to, I think, go a little crazy with the new skills and gems and so on and so forth. But yeah, 500 exalts for some of this stuff. I was looking at a level 12 +2 melee skill mace. Now, level 12, item level. And they wanted 20 exalts for it. It was 80% physical damage, well, plus 80% physical damage. Like I said, and then +2 on melee, all melee skills. And see, I'm actually wearing a necklace and rings that give me +1 level to melee skills on top of everything else. And I'm still only doing 600 damage. And that just doesn't seem like enough.
These statues are older than anything I've ever seen.
I guess. I mean, I'm not, again, we're not following a build guide other than the one that AI gave us. And it says we can either do dual wield or we can do two-handed weapon. But even with a single-handed weapon, it's actually telling us to use the same skill, which is basically molten blast. Well, no, actually, it was telling us to use. Yeah, it was telling us to keep using Earthquake or Rolling Slam. And Rolling Slam is just so slow. We were trying to get to Earth Shatter, but even watching the video of that,
creates a spike of rock.
Man, that is just, that doesn't feel good either. Sunder, I would love to get to Sunder, but that's 31, level 31.
Hold down. Leaves jagged ground in your path.
No, Stampede doesn't look good at all.
Hammer throws a molten hammer that slams the target location and lodges into the ground.
Yeah, that doesn't look good either.
Stampede, hold down. Hammer of the Gods requires glory accumulated.
That requires glory. So I was thinking maybe that.
Ram your shield into the ground.
Yeah, shield wall doesn't look exciting either. Although I do like the fact that it explodes like that. I was thinking of doing volcanic fissure.
If you use another slam skill on the cracks,
like that.
Will erupt with aftershock. Earth Shatter is a slam that creates a spike.
Yeah. I don't know. Sunder is what I really want.
The earth in a wide swathe and causes shockwaves from any enemy's hit. Targets with fully broken armor will be sundered.
That's the one I'm really looking forward to getting. But that's not till level 31, and we're level 20. So we got a ways to go. And the other thing I didn't understand was why I couldn't upgrade the gem slots on my basic mace skill. I don't know if that automatically happens as you scale up. But see, I have +5 level modifiers to that at the moment. And I'm still only doing 632 damage. And like I said, my other option is we go shield. I don't even have like Sand and Blood or Determination like from PoE 1 or any of that, which seems really weird. Anyway, it just feels like there's a huge gap. Oh, jeez, this is going to be bad. I don't even know that we want. Do we want to? I don't even know that we want to do her right now.
Secrets lie within.
Because I have a feeling this is going to be really bad.
Now, Jingak, I prove myself.
Now, I will say this. I can get the stun on him right away. Oh, see, I can't get out of the way of that. But the problem is, two things happen. One is, I stun her, and she moves away from me. Okay, that worked pretty well. I stun her, but it stuns her and moves her so far away from me, I can't get another hit on, which is annoying. Or, I stun her, and I get pushed back or something, and then I can't get another hit in on her. Alright, so it says to keep doing melee damage. Okay. I've already got the faster attack stuff up. Oh, I need to do... Oh, I should be doing these next. Okay, no more damage. No more damage upgrades. From now on, all of our upgrades need to be... they need to be life regen. That was the one thing that AI did not tell us, and that was in which order to get some of those passive skills. It told us which passive skills to take, but not necessarily, or I didn't ask it to prioritize them or give them to me in an order in which I would need them. So we've kind of had to guess on a couple of these. I will say AI did get a little bit smarter. It actually gave me the image of a passive skill tree from someone else who was doing a melee warrior build that matched with what it was recommending for your passive tree, which I thought that was an improvement, because the majority of the time it just provides a text file or words, right, that says, hey, you should prioritize life gain or melee damage or minion damage or something like that, as opposed to actually telling you or showing you which passive slot that is. I don't know why am I picking this stuff up? I don't need any of this stuff. We've beaten the game already. We went way into maps this time. And then we turned around and played PoE 1 with the new Ascendancy. Or the new tree. And all that. Alright, we said 1 o'clock. Alright. We've got an hour and 50-something minutes. So anyway, I'm looking forward to what they say today. I'm looking forward and hoping that there's a Druid build. I don't know if I'm going to play the new season of Diablo 4. I did watch the little campfire thing that they did. I got to be honest with you. I mean, not that Diablo 4 wasn't in trouble before, but I think they've got some serious things they need to work out for that game. The fact that they've slowed it down and made it even slower than it was, yeah, I think they've really got some. I think they've really got some work to do. I don't know. Maybe we'd try a shield charge build or something. I don't know. All right. Well, we made it to Halani's gates. Let's try to get through this. See how we do against this boss at the end.
Let battle be joined.
And then we may look at switching, or swatching, I guess. Switching over to a little bit different build. Maybe my stuff's not up to date. Maybe that's my problem.
Infernal
Well, the problem is I'm only using.
that makes them explode when they die. It
Open the way.
All right, all you guys come over here. We'll do this. Now that doesn't work too bad. When I can get a good group around me, and then I can do the war cry. I think it's war cry. I can do the war cry and then hit for damage. Now that works really well. Like this, and then this. Now that works pretty good. What I can't have is a couple of... Yeah, now see, that's decent. It's having one right on me and then two distance things, which seem to be more difficult for me, or for this build. Like this, watch. Zap. And then see, I get pushed back, and I don't really get stunned, but I get pushed back. And I didn't even know pushback was a thing. I mean, I think it could be better. I don't know, maybe I'm missing maybe I don't have the right skills on it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the stun is real. Yeah, I think they need to do something about the economy. I think they're going to have to do something. I'm going to be interested to see if there is some sort of melee build for Druid. How tanky it is. I think that'll be interesting to see as well. I think that'll be very interesting to see. All right. At this particular moment, I am very concerned with the boss that's at the end of... Oh, we're having a restart in 30 minutes? Interesting. I'm really... Oh, very interesting, because there's only an hour and 30 minutes until they announce the new release stuff, until they do their... And I'm assuming they'll do that on... Yay! I caught the Pokemon. I'm assuming they'll do that on their own Twitch channel. And then we'll all be able to watch it from there. Because otherwise I don't know where they're doing that announcement from. But I do want us to watch it, because I do want to see how close AI was to getting any of it right. Because remember, currently AI is really nothing more than a giant data gathering and filtration service. I mean, the AI that's available to most people in the public, right? There are chatbots that can be built. There are AI agents that can be built. Because I'm actually doing that now on some of these things. 10% increased life regeneration rate. Oh, yes, please. And then 10% regen, 10% regen, 10% regen. 1% max life. Okay, yep. We definitely have to go the regen route. So maybe that's my problem.
Fear will vest you.
And I would not be surprised if I have this built incorrectly. But again, I'm not going off of a build guide from someone who's been successful. I'm just going off the build guide that AI provided. So right now, I would say the build that AI has provided is a little rough. Yeah, see, this is going to be ugly. Yeah, this is going to be really ugly. Well, we got him. We survived it. Oh, and we actually kept most of our life flasks. Oh, maybe. Okay, so maybe this is just really slow until you get to a certain level, and then it gets better. Well, just that 10% increase made a difference in my life regen. Sure. Again, I don't need any of this stuff. But single target damage, this build seems okay. It just doesn't have, again, it just doesn't have a flow to it. I don't know that that makes sense. But like with my minion build, every other build that I have, there's kind of a rhythm or a flow to it, right? Oh, I do this, then I do this. I do this, then I do this. With this, I don't know. I don't like the fact that I don't have a little bit better mobility when I hit, that I have to actually stand still when I hit, which I think a lot of the other classes, now I know when I cast a spell, I have to stand still, but like I know Ranger can move, and this feels like the least mobile of the builds. We are going to go back and swap out our fire protection for lightning protection. And we're going to get rid of the stuff that's currently in our bags. Yes, I did release her. Again, I really don't need any of this stuff. I don't know why I keep picking it up. Just habit, I guess. 20% chance to maim. Oh, interesting. I really probably need to get rid of most of those. Oh, I don't need to do that.
I shall put this to use.
Do you have anything of great interest? No. Oh, we really got lucky because we actually created this on our own, and we got a +3 to melee skills,
care.
which was very unexpected. I said we were going for what again? Lightning. Let's find a good lightning one that we can use. That's not great. I know we have better. We have better somewhere. And if not, we can make better real quick. I guess that's the one we're taking for now. All right, here we go. Fill it up. All right, let's see how we do against this boss.
Open the way, noxious.
Shaman Ra? How is this possible?
Can we get the stun on him? Or we're getting good.
By my hand! I tried to seek peace.
Oh, we gotta go find her. Okay, here we go. There we go.
This time, we choose war.
Well, getting those last two things actually made a big difference.
Make haste. We must not escape.
Oh, I didn't realize it actually showed the beast getting away down there.
Quickly. He called
Quickly.
Sands against us.
Shaman Ra can call the sands?
This is not natural, Sandstorm. We must
Not
battle
natural.
sorcery with sorcery.
Alright, hang on. I
Let
got
us
something
return to the
sorry about
caravan
that.
and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
Alright, I guess we can just go back now. Alright, so that did get a little bit better.
The Countess has you. We must go.
Alright.
Shaman Ra. There is. We would
Shaman
have
Ra?
God in modern speak to us.
Do you have anything that I want? What's this? Increased duration? Sure. We'll buy that.
Keep it close.
I don't know why. But we will. Our flasks and everything are up to date. You did not have anything new for us. 64% increased damage is the maximum for that. What is this here? 18 of 26. So not great.
Goodbye.
So let's say we do drop that off somewhere. Get rid of all of our currency that we're carrying around with us for no really good reason. Did it say it's deploying, restarting in 20 minutes? Deploy patch .3 something or another. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I have no more room there either. Oh my golly, you've got to be kidding. I'm just dumping these off to get rid of them. Just to get them out of my face at the moment. So what do we have as far as one-handed maces are concerned? We have what? We have this, which is terrible. We have that, which is terrible. Both of those are going to be terrible. That is terrible, but I'll leave it because it's entry level. That's terrible. That's not great. We can at least clean some of this stuff up, I'm assuming.
This is not the place for violence.
What if I disenchant all this stuff? I don't know, does that actually do anything for me?
Don't want to start a fight.
What else is horrible in here? What about these shields? Any of these shields any good? No. 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 Increased evasion rating. %78 out of what? 84? That's not that great, actually. That has 0. Alright, so we can sell all those. Actually, we can sell that too.
I hear you. I shall put this to use.
Although I guess
Sands guide you.
could have disenchanted them. That would have been better. Oh well. Believe it or not, you're terrible. You're not horrific. You're bad. You're bad. I wish there was an organize button on this, an auto organize. I mean, didn't have to put them in any particular order. What about this? What does this thing do? Grants level 15 per undead minion. Oh man, where was that? Is that? Do I already have one of those in my uniques? Do I really? Oh, I do. Wow, I didn't know that. Although that's probably junk as well. Okay, so let's see. What are we doing? Oh, that's level 28. That's actually not too bad. What are we doing right now? We're doing 60. That says 62. That's probably not that great. Realm restart in 15 minutes. So that's one of the reasons we're kind of just fiddling around.
Sands guide you.
Is we're going to get a restart here in a minute. Currency. So what is our best option for a one-handed mace? 39 to 53. Increased attack speed. Breaks armor equal to 40% of damage from hits. Fully armor broken enemies you hit with hits shatter. Okay, so what is shatter? Frozen enemies shatter and kill, destroying their corpses. Any damaging ailment. Okay. Wow, 116% increased physical damage, 50% increased attack speed. Always hits. Really? Well, that's not horrible. Cannot use war cry. Wow, that's not good. Yep, that's not that great. Okay. What I can't believe is I don't have any two-handed. These are all one-handed, right? Right? Oh, that's two-handed mace. Oh, that probably explains why that's... All right, 15 minutes till realm restart. Okay. Real quick, if we look for any one-handed melee weapon that has, I'm assuming it can't have more than +2 to melee damage. Oh, we should set a level for this as well. Let's say 2. Let's say 30 just for fun. Oh, so there are maces out there. Ooh, that's terrible, though. So it's really that increased physical damage percentage that the cost is going to come in. Where is increased physical damage? Is that down here somewhere? Yeah. No, I want percent increase of physical damage. %. Yeah. 2 divines. Okay. Wow, 59 is the best. Really? That's unusual. Okay, so about 8 minutes until they restart. That is very unusual. Ah, fiddle. I did the thing. Level 30. Is it because it's a two-handed axe? All right, 30 seconds to wait. All right. 20 seconds. We are impatient, aren't we? Six seconds. I was close. Let me try something real quick. Well, they changed their background on the Path of Exile page. Do they say where we can view it from? Or I'm assuming they'll actually go live, right? All right. What is this? Reduced attack speed. Yeah, man, these are horrible. All of these are horrible. I have that. In fact, mine's better than that, right? Yeah, mine's 116%. Okay. So I guess we're waiting until level 28 we can pick this up. I'll need 50 in my dexterity, which I currently have, what, in dexterity? 26. So we'll have to find something with dexterity on it. Can we improve our... What are our boots? Or, what did that just say? The restart was when? Restart in 5 minutes? Okay. Well, we'll let them kick us. We'll let them kick us. Probably not the right attitude. But anyway, we will let them kick us. Increased movement speed, evasion rating, no. No, 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 no. Increased armor. Life regen. Increased armor. No movement speed? You trying to tell me I don't have a better pair of boots than that? Increased movement speed, armor, life regen, fire resist. Okay, that's not bad. Increased movement, maximum life. Maximum life, movement speed, energy shield, armor, and lightning resist. Increased evasion, rarity of items, fat now. Nah. Alright. I can't believe we don't have a better pair of boots than that.
I hear you.
What boots do you have available? They are all evasion. Except for those. And I don't like those.
Goodbye.
So we have one pair of boots. That seems pretty sad. Armor, life, reduced attribute requirement, fire resistant, life regen. There's a lot of other things we would definitely rather have. But I don't think we're going to get them. All right, there we go. I think we're getting ready to get kicked. Oh, no. Oh, 10 minutes. Oh, we have plenty of time then. I thought we were down to like 2 minutes. Oh, realm restarting in 5 minutes. Oh, okay. All right.
I think I'll wait for a fight first.
Does it say where we can watch? Okay, so the realm's restarting in 4 minutes. Yeah, so Twitch TV, Path of Exile. Twitch TV, Path of Exile. Okay, so we're already there. So 1 hour for that, 4 minutes for that. All right, so while all that's taking place, let's flip back over to this. I can increase the zoom on that. There we go. I'm going to swap this over. All right, so there's what we know so far. These are some of the things that we're speculating. So maybe we'll go over this again while the realm is restarting. In the meantime, I just had the puppy walk past me. I need to take the puppy out. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. We are back. I grabbed myself a soda, and then I grabbed myself some chips. Grab myself a little snack. Thank you. Actually, I went to go get a drink. Perfect. Don't forget the screen. Yep. Oh, thank you. I did need that. And we got some chips. Hopefully that's not too loud. We got something called jalapeno popper dip, which actually seems pretty good. All right, so I'm assuming this is down. Yep, no server to connect to. All right. So let me, Now, I just don't have enough room for everything. No, here we go. Now we have enough room. I set that over there for a minute. We are going to have at least one chip real quick. Okay, that is good. That was really good. All right, let's read through this again real quick. So we have 55 minutes before GGG goes live. And they're going to be talking about the release for The Last of the Druid, which we have up on our screen. And just as a refresher, we went in and asked ChatGPT, how much information do you have about the new release of Path of Exile II, Last of the Druids? And can you summarize what the new game mechanics will be? And it came back and it says, hey, I can summarize what we know of now, and then we can do some speculation. I said, perfect. So this is what it came back with. The things that we do know. There will be a release on December 12th of PoE 2 called The Last of the Druids. Developers behind the game are going to do a live stream today, which will be 1 o'clock Central my time, of the new content and the patch notes, which we are going to listen to. As part of the new release, there's going to be a free weekend. Terrific. The biggest confirmation that we do know is there's going to be a Druid class, which will be some sort of a hybrid of a strength intelligence build, which will be the first in PoE 2. So PoE 2's never had a Druid class before. And then there are new skill gems and support gems coming. So this, I think, is going to be very interesting. Because it says existing builds may get power spikes from these new options. Hang on one second. There we go. And I agree with that. Especially if we get a Druid minion build, which I'm really hoping for. Okay, so then it says what we believe is likely or rumored, but not yet confirmed. There will be a shape-shifting ability. So the Druid will be able to transform into some sort of a beast thing. That there will be some sort of a nature-themed, it's probably spellcaster, right? Elemental. So similar to, were they prophets in PoE 1? I think that's what they were, right? The elementalists. They did elementals. Down for maintenance. Okay, cool. All right, so that will be interesting. There's going to be a new weapon type. Staves, which I think we already have staves, right? Somebody said something about talismans. And to be honest with you, I'm not really sure how to spell that. Talismans? I think that's talesmans. But let's do a quick spell check and see what happens. Oh, there we go. No, that's fine. I mean, we spelled talismans correctly. Okay, so we added this. So I'm going to highlight this. That we added that. Revisions to passive skill trees. So we know, yeah, there's going to be obviously a new skill tree. Which that was the other thing I was thinking about was so we already have int, strength, and dexterity passive slots that we can use, right? So I don't think that will change that much. So I'll be interested to see. Now the cooldown reduction thing does intrigue me. And then in-game adjustments, they talk about they're going to make some changes to the end game, which that's terrific. Things that are still unknown or unclear, and that is exactly which forms we're going to get, right? Bear form, wolf form, stormcaller, earth plant magic, yada, 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 right? How they're going to balance it, what the new meta looks like, etc. Then it talks about for players and streamers, what's going to be interesting. It does talk about, obviously, in Terabin, you were talking about this, the balance, turbulence that's going to always occur, right, with these types of things. I'm really hoping that if there's an opportunity to build a minion type build, that will be interesting to see, and I'll be interested to see if how much advantage the witch build with minions can take on from that. The one thing that we did add to this that I want to update on our sheet here, that we added on our physical document. Oh, we said when we were talking this morning that we thought there would be an Act 5. So one new act. So one new act. And I think it's going to be post the interlude. One new act. Post the interlude. And the new act will be like Act 4 in regards to new areas to explore without a linear is it NNE linear? No, it's not linear. Oh, linear. Without a linear path. And what I mean by that is similar to the island thing with the Anawanapakanapanui thing or whatever. It'll be like that. There will be a starting location, but I think you'll be able to do it in any order that you want. I think they have realized People kind of like that non-linear. I mean, I wouldn't really call it open world, right? But more selection option based. We'll put it that way. I think that's a possibility. There will be one new act. I think it'll come post the interlude. And the other reason I think that this will be this non-linear approach is because I think it gives them more variety with how they want to do the monsters and stuff. But anyway, that's just my thoughts. What are we expecting to happen? Multiple forms, so there's going to be some sort of a melee build. We think there's going to be a nature earth spell thing. Terrific. We're really hoping there's this summoner concept. That would be really, really cool. Let's do a pokey catch here. Passive tree expansions to accommodate that, existing gaming balances, minion spells, etc., etc. Be a big spike in the population. Let's backpack. Let's backspace this. Wait a minute. Why are we? Oh, pardon. Wow, that was really loud. Sorry about that, chat. I was not anticipating that. Okay. So this is what we think. Can I move that up a little bit? Oh, we can. Okay, I like that better. All right, cool. All right, so we have that ready for when they go to stream that. Let's see if we're back up yet. Oh, I have to update. Sorry. Hang on, I gotta do the patch. Home, quit. Manage. Update. Updates. Oh, it doesn't show that I have one.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old.
Oh, installation stopped. Okay.
Ready your men, Captain.
Okay, so it did pick it up. It did pick it up. It just didn't show it. Preloading. View the queue. All right, it now says it is fully installed. Okay. Resume all. Let's try it again. There we go. For some reason, it was not taking the patch. All right, one more minute here. All right, we're good to go. There we go.
Ready your men, Captain.
There we go.
Get one chance.
Cool. And I think we're back in. "42 minutes. That would track. All right, so let's go back to our warrior. Woohoo! Let's go. Let's see how much further we can get with this. Well, I don't have very much life, do I? 600. Is that... I guess that's about right for this level, right? Better or worse? Worse because we have no life. Man, I wish we could get rid of that maximum mana. Or the reduced attributes that are required, because that's just goofy. I can't do any more updates on it, right? Yep. Do we want to desecrate it? And see which one we lose? Maybe we lose the attribute requirement one? Sure, let's try it and see what happens. Oh, now how's come that? Okay, that didn't take one away. That did not take one away, which is unusual. I would have thought... you're fine. You can still go to where you need to be. Although I do need to probably just delete you. Yeah, remind me to delete this character when we get back to the other screen. Yeah. There we go. Maximum. Oh, 42% increased armor. No, we'd rather have the max life, right? Boy, 42% seems pretty big. Yeah, no, we'd rather have the max life. All right, so not great. All right, so let's delete this character when we get... All right. And we are going to delete you. Sorry. We made it to 33 with our mercenary? Really? 29 with our ranger. 70. Oh, man, I keep forgetting. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Oop. Let's do fish. Hang on one sec. I'm going to make a little bit of noise. I'm going to try to keep it down a little bit. I'll eat those in a minute. All right. Boots. Boots. character. How much are we losing here? We lose 2. That's fine. Although our cold resist dropped through the floor. Which that's really bad. Although it was only 26 to begin with. Our armor goes up over 1,000 though. I like that. Let's see if we can... We weren't able to build a better pair of boots? No. Armor, energy shield, mana. Alright, let's... Let's look at the trade market. Let's look at boots. We would like boots. There we go. We would like the requirement to be not more than 22, because that's where we are. We would like some increase. Do we want max life that way, or do we want a percentage of max life? I think we want that one. And then what do we want? We want increased armor. Well, maybe, maybe not. Okay, you can't tell me there's no... Oh, increased movement speed. We're looking for boots, right? Yeah, increased movement speed. Okay. How can there not be an increased armor? I would have thought that would have been right up there toward the top. Energy shield, threshold, elemental resists, spirit, energy shield, movement speed, damage to attacks, accuracy. Hang on one second. Wow. Okay, we're back. I don't know why that's not behaving. Lightning damage, evasion rating. Oh, armor. All right. Ten exalts. Holy criminy! Are you serious? 15% increased movement. That is pretty good. $300? Okay, the economy has gone off the rails. Are you kidding me? Okay, that is absolutely ridiculous. Wow. Well, I'm not paying 300. I can tell you that. 10 even seems ridiculous. Okay, Terrabin, you are correct. The economy has gotten nuts. Yeah, you know what? I can't even push the button. I can't even push the button. I just can't do it. I mean, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, you know what? I'm just actually gonna stick with like that is crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, I can't even justify. There's just no way. I'm not gonna 10 exalts. Okay, all right, moving on. Not getting absolutely totally derailed here, but wow, that's terrible. Okay, wow, sorry about that. I was actually going to try to improve some of those things, but I guess I won't. We just need to be careful. Actually, we should probably you know, we should probably put a socket in that and get the highest cold protection that we can. Otherwise, we're going to end up getting smacked, and we're going to be unhappy about that. We're going to get smacked, and we're going to go, why are we getting smacked? And then someone will go, well, yeah, you decided this wasn't necessary. And I'll go, oh, yeah. Well, that was silly of me. 40, 30, 30. Okay, whatever. All right. Let's try it.
Don't want to start a fight.
All right, so we fought what's his face, and so now we have these available. Okay. Wowee. Terrabin, I had no clue it was that bad. I had absolutely no clue it was that bad. I mean, even in... Although I didn't really have to look for anything on my last build, because I had so many other witch... I didn't really have to shop for items because I already had so many. Oh, we said we had we said we were level 22. So we could try one of those other skills, which I guess we should. Because we know that we don't like... We don't like the skill that we have right now, which is Molten Strike. Man. When did... Have they been like that for a long time, Terrabin, or has it just been like in the last month? I'm assuming it's probably only been like that in the last month or so. Probably when the update for PoE 1 came out, I'm assuming. That's when things probably got a little off the rails. I mean, I could be... I have no idea. It could have been like this for a long time. All I know is when I played last, before this time, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I was buying good gear at what I would consider to be reasonably priced. Oh, we got one of these guys. Okay, we gotta get rid of those. Okay, we gotta get rid of that and that. Oh man, we got two of them. Okay, we could be in trouble here. Yep, we're in trouble. Yep, nope. There's no way I don't think we're taking out two of those guys. We just don't have, there's just no way. We just don't have the protection. I mean, look how much damage we still take. I mean, that's ridiculous. And we're, how much, what is our, see, we have a 71% reduction in damage. And we're still just getting slammed, body slammed, man. All the time. And the other thing is, as for a starter, you wouldn't start with the gear I have. Yeah, it's gone. Okay. I was just making sure. Alright, so we lost that abyss, which is really sad. Because I'm assuming that probably would have been our first time to travel into the abyss. Okay, what? It keeps hitting us from over here. So it still has things that can hit us off screen. Okay. All right, let's see if we like these other skills better.
Greetings.
Because so far that's just horrible. Yeah, we don't like any of that.
Blessings.
So if we go gems and we go 6, I'm assuming? Can we do 6s? No, 35. We can do 5s? Yeah, we can do 5s. Are you sure we can't do 6s? I'm pretty sure we can do 6. Oh no, see, oh, we can do Earth Shatter. Oh, that's not the one we want. We want Sunder, right? Okay. Okay, so it's like Volcanic Fissure.
Damages enemies and creates smoldering cracks in the earth. If you use another slam skill on the cracks, they will erupt with aftershock explosions.
Okay, that may not be bad.
Is a slam that creates a spike of rock. Using Warcry skills nearby will cause the rock to explode. Volcanic Fissure damages enemies and creates
Converts 80% to fire damage.
If you use another slam skill on the crack,
30% less attack speed.
Aftershock explosions.
Man, that is horrible.
Damages enemies and creates smoldering cracks in the earth. If you use another slam skill on the cracks, they will erupt with aftershock explosions. Volcanic Fissure damages enemies and creates smoldering cracks.
Anybody got any suggestions? That we do Shattered Earth? No, I really don't like that. I do like Leap Slam.
Useful for closing in on enemies and stunning them. It is even more effective against enemies with broken armor.
Okay, so let's try slam. But we don't have very many 8/7s, do we?
On Volcanic Fissure damages enemies.
We're gonna try Volcanic Fissure. Oh. What things? Let's see. I would want to prolong the duration. I would want to magnify the... Well, I need to get rid of a bunch of these, don't I? Control destruction. I guess I don't care if they can crit. But then I would like magnified area. Do I have magnified area too? I don't. And then what? Quicker attack? Give me 2 of these just in case. Okay, so let's do this. We definitely want leap. We know we want that. That's fine. And with leap, we would like... Can't use that. So I can magnify the area, but I need 20 in. Okay, well, I'd rather... Okay. Let's load this. Let's get rid of that. Let's move this up here. Okay. I want to add a slot to that. Well, that's 577 without anything. Okay. See, I really want to put one there, but it absolutely will not let me. Okay, so for that, I would like to magnify the area, and then controlled construction is going to cost me more than I can afford. It won't let me do that at all. I can do rapid attack. And then can I prolong the duration? Or would I rather more elemental damage, I think, right? 341. All right, so what are other options that we can have for volcanic fissure? Create 2 fish, have 20% less attack speed. Man, I don't want even less attack speed. Criminy. Although I guess if I did that with... All right, so now the question is, how silly are we going to get here? We are 15 minutes away. All right, that's probably a really bad idea that I did that, but I did it anyway. Woo! That's horrible. We can use heft for that, or stun. Okay. Wow, I don't like any of those. So that may have been a waste. But we do have heft in here somewhere, right? Which we can use on...
This is not the place for violence.
All right, so let's try... Oh, did we already lose our thing? We probably lost it already. All right, that's fine. Yep. All right, so let's try this. We're going to do Y into X. Into Y. Although, okay, so we have to replace, okay, so I have to replace, so I have to keep rolling slam. Because jump did not make those ignite.
What have you learned?
Jump did not make those ignite. So that means I've got to keep rolling slam, which I don't know where I have. I don't think I have one that's greater than 1, right? Yeah. Okay. So, so I have to keep rolling slam. Well, I don't like this option at all. Let's do another faster attack. All right, so let's run back real quick. So we do, so we do Y, so we do Y, which is leap, and then we do X, and then we do A. Okay, so Y. Y. X. Into A. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's see. Let's run over here real quick. Let's try to get some stuff together. Okay. Let's do X into A. And how much damage are we doing with that? Let's see, we're still only doing 317, but we're doing 650 something with the leap. I like the leap. Does it have a cooldown? Well, I'll tell you what. It does a number on those guys. Okay, we love that. I wish there was a way we could keep the mana up for it, though. Because that's rocking. Bish just subscribed. Thank you, Bish. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that very much. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good stream. I watched most of it until I had to leave. I enjoyed your little Christmas lights. Good to see I'm back. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, 8 of 10 new subs. Cool. You're gonna set records. Had to witness it. I enjoy your streams so much. Your community, it makes me laugh all the time. Especially probably somewhat to do with the fact that my wife is so often in your stream. And she did deserve every burn she got, by the way. Alright, here we go. Oh, there's our relic. Okay, we were looking for that. Okay. I don't know, maybe we just do this the whole way? So we just rolling slam our way through everything? Is that the deal? Yes, yes. Miss Candace was very spicy. She does get spicy from time to time. She has her spicy moments. And you would look at her and think she's so innocent. Oh, I forgot that does that. Okay. I cannot answer that question on the grounds that I may be incriminated. I may be incriminating myself. No. She is just as innocent as she comes across. She has been protected, sheltered. Yeah, wink, wink. Yeah. Let's see. Let's try this, and then this. Okay, that's a little bit better. We're getting a little bit better on our damage. I know you've been playing a lot of Fortnite. Are you still enjoying it a lot? Boy, we are taking a lot of damage. We are just taking an absolute beating. Still liking it? That's cool. That's cool. I'm assuming this is the boss. This is going to be very telling right here. I don't even know why I picked all this stuff up. I don't need or want any of it. Maybe the boots. Don't need or want any of it. Maybe the boots. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. Cool. Yeah, you know, that is one of those weird games. You know what? I have never played Fortnite. I do not play very many first-person shooters like that. Well, I guess, or third-person shooters. There was one that came out here recently called Arc Raiders that looked kind of interesting. I used to play first-person shooters a long time ago. But mostly I play RPGs, MMOs, ARPGs. Alright, so let's do this. Do this. Oh, we got hit. Can we get the double stun? Well, we survived, believe it or not.
These tusks are what I seek.
I'm replaying later. I'm in a game, but listening here. Oh, no worries, no worries, no worries. Yep, no worries. The dumb dance. Yeah, actually, most of the people that I know that play Fortnite play it for more for the aesthetics, all of the other stuff. And then a little bit for the game, which I can understand.
I hear you.
It's a thing. Bob,
As you wish.
Yep. Yes, there are. Yes, there is the stress relief side of it as well. Yes, where you just kind of get to shoot people. complete strangers. And sometimes your friends. And sometimes your friends.
Sands guide you.
That's my thing. It's like, okay, person, I need you to hold still for just a minute so I can shoot you. If you'll just let me shoot you, we'll be fine. All right. Let's see. What do we got? None of this stuff is for us. Counter-Strike, yeah. What was the series that the main character's name was Snake? Was it Metal Gear Solid? I used to play a lot of that. Sniper, Elite Sniper. I used to play some of that. I used to play Battleground a long, long time ago. So some of those things. Okay. I would like it more if it was zombie related. Yeah. Yep. So I don't know how many of you will remember this game. It was an offshoot of a Wolfenstein game. It was made by Wolfenstein. And it was called Enemy Territory. And you could be a covert ops, you could be a medic, you could be an engineer, you could be artillery, and then you could be just like a regular soldier. I think those were the 5 classes. And it was PvP or PV bot. And then there were certain maps, and it was Americans against Germans, basically. It was a replay of certain battle areas from World War II. But I loved that game. It's time. Oh, thank you. It is 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. See, sure enough, here I am looking at the other screen here. All right, so let me kill the Xbox for a minute. And we'll bring up our video capture and our window capture.
Not only is it a great holiday helper, it's a great
here we go. We're in a commercial at the moment. Let's go ahead and widescreen that. And I'm going to switch everything over so I can hear as well.
Which means this holiday season, you can be as extra as you want.
What time is it? Biz, the creators of the game have a new release coming up next week, and they're giving an update on that release, and we used AI to predict some of the things that were going to be coming as a part of this release. So we're going to watch this preview to see.
I asked you a question.
Oh, I did see it in Discord. Yep. I just got the time off. Okay, so there's a new class called Druid that everybody's excited to see. So we're going to see how well this plays out. All right, let me get out of this game over here.
He's lost his bloody mind.
Very good. Okay, so there is a shapeshifter form. And there is some sort of an elemental casting form. There's a werewolf form, it looks like. So some sort of DPS. Oh, and then they have minions there. He has other wolves. That's interesting. What is that? Dragon form? Interesting. Okay, I'm already intrigued. I saw some things I wasn't planning on seeing. Alright, so we're going to shut that down for right now.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos.
3 animal forms, okay.
The druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do
3
so
forms.
for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into the
Excuse
Many of
me.
the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans.
Talismans, okay.
When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip.
Okay.
For a bear, that's Maul.
Bear and
to turn
wolf.
into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless
As
and
part
immediate.
of a
Changing
skill.
forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle.
Okay.
In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul.
So bear form uses rage.
Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam.
Okay.
Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor.
Okay.
The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain.
I'm snacking while
But
we watch.
Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Meta gem, huh?
Or use
Interesting.
Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your
All right.
basic rake
So
attack
bear
to
is
shut
fire,
blast off your
wolf
enemies,
is cold.
which land on the
Okay.
ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example,
so it has a meta
gem
as well.
Mark from the mark to pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all
Please
in
tell
on
me
cold
there's a
though.
minion build.
Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
Okay, so far I'm a little disappointed.
Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage.
So this is more like
if your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive.
Spiritborn in
Alright, so those are some melee
D4.
options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities.
Okay, did he devour those?
The ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage.
Hi, bud.
Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it. Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your
You have to
Bear
use
form
power
can easily
charges
generate
for that,
endurance
huh?
charges by consuming rage, and your Wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the Druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Yeah, no, I could, as I say, I could see Sorceress using
Echo
that
and
for
Cry
sure.
causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear.
Now, lightning. Okay, lightning spear is going to be even more ridiculous.
Now, with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman.
Fire.
The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
Okay, now that's kind of interesting.
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, Self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple.
Cool.
Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side. But
Oh,
how
so
could
that's
anyone
where
get
that's
there?
so that's where
There
the
are
temple
disconnected
layout
rooms,
comes in.
and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot.
So it's a combination of delving
After you are
and
happy with your choices,
temples.
open
Okay.
the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within.
Until you finish it.
But
Okay, that makes
choose wisely.
sense.
It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Okay.
With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Leraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Edzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Edzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
Interesting kind of storyline.
Edzeri is on the far side of the temple.
Yep.
So you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to
Excuse
her.
me.
And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further.
Correct.
But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Oh, 50%? Oh, that's
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalizi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed, and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there
now
are
that's
all sorts of
interesting.
interesting rooms you can find in the
Now
temple.
that is very interesting.
But the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Wow, a hardcore penalty on a
Some
modification.
rooms like the Commander can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper-Lartal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems, and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using
+2
the
to all
staff,
corrupted gems.
mirrors of
Wow.
refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the fate of the Val League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Oh.
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths.
Interesting.
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly.
Oh, nice.
So you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
Nice.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses.
I don't know.
We have also
Maybe
reduced the speed
interesting?
modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
I don't do a lot of maps, so this is
Now,
less
we did have a large
exciting
amount
to
of content
me,
for
but it
in-game
might
planned
make
for
me play
040,
maps. I don't know.
But unfortunately, we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here.
Well, I would rather have them do the work there
CPU
than
load.
in-game stuff.
And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized.
Wow, that's
And we
much
have done
better.
a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. you should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles.
Yeah.
A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes.
This will be interesting.
Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others.
Oh, interesting.
With some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
Oh my.
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself.
Welcome back.
Kalgurin Seafarer needs
Welcome
armor
back,
fit
Bree.
for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here.
Now that's
Better
interesting.
to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself. Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs.
Interesting.
Additionally, Any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile.
Oh, that was a cool catch.
Thank you very much
I've
for
never seen
all
that
your
one
ongoing
before.
support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the Fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself, because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm just they're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands-on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge.
Sorry, my mic's muted. We won't do all the Q&A. We'll just listen to them.
Hop around.
I was
honestly one of those
impressed with the way they incorporated the shape.
Initially, we actually had
but I do agree with Ziggy.
Dodge roll. You would transform
the demo itself of Druid looked very weak.
Hard to make animations for animals that like
it looked a little clunky.
It was impossible. But then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling with an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where
okay, I'm going to leave you guys with him for just a second
we
while
want to
I
have synergy between skills and
fix
stuff like that.
something,
We can
and I
like,
will
look
be
at that in a
right
normal
back.
class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
you were like trying to. This is not working.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right. And all
right, we're back.
We really wanted to
okay,
was,
I'm going to go ahead and cut
too much
the
of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Yes. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyverns.
We'll cut those two things. Okay, there we go. All right. So let me turn my Xbox back on. There we go. So first of all, let's see. I'll give you my thoughts. Like I said a minute ago, I do agree with Ziggy that it did look a little weak. And I understand, and I heard what GGG said, which was it was a little difficult because it was like building 4 builds in one, which I can understand, right? It's a build that shapeshifts and basically becomes different build, right? Because it can do different things. There was not a new act per se. Temples were introduced, which I thought was interesting. It's to me from PoE 1, the Val process in this is a combination of temples and there's another mechanic that I'm trying to think of from that I can't think of off the top of my head. Kind of like heists. Anyway, it seems interesting. I'll have to wait and see it, I think. I was super disappointed that there was no minion aspect to the Druid build. There was no, saplings, spirit animal. They did have the vines. They did have the vine thing. They did have the werewolf where if you do certain attacks and stuff, you get companion wolves. Not really what I was going for. And I'll be honest with you. The whole wyvern thing. The whole being able to turn into a dragon. Cute. I mean, I can see where there's probably the aspect of a lot of players that would probably go, oh yeah, I want to be a dragon. That'll look cool. But at the end of the day, it's still just lightning damage, cold damage, and fire damage, right? It's about how those things are delivered. And I realize that's the whole game, right? It's how do you package the same capabilities, right, in a new package to make it desirable. And all I'm saying is I don't know. I think they could have left you in human form to do some of those things, but I understand where they're trying to do, hey, in human form, you do step 1, 2, and 3, and then you transition into one of these other forms, which is the reason you're a druid, and 1, 2, and 3 now become 4, 5, and 6, right? And you can expand upon it. There's some sort of combo build or, you know, some sort of combo capability that you can integrate into that. I get that. Just not really my thing. I think the temple thing is going to be kind of interesting. I think being able to add abysses to maps will kind of be interesting. It just means you can't get to them until you get to maps, which is going to be a real economy blow, I think, because now instead of being able to get some of those items out of the abyss during the campaign, obviously you won't be able to get those, right? But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out with the other component, which was the whole Val thing, where you come across those areas, you kill certain enemies in those areas, other bosses can come out of those. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how they balance, right? The loot, which is always interesting, as well as the power balance, right? Those two things are always the biggest challenges right after a release, right? I'll be honest with you. I think I got more excited about possibly playing Lightning Spear or some sort of a lightning arrow build than I did about playing Druid, to be honest with you. Again, Druid, I mean, we'll have to see it firsthand. They even said, oh yeah, we realized it looked a little weak. Maybe we should have done the playthrough or something a little bit different. So yeah, I do feel that was a little lacking. Anyway, I to be totally honest, I'm just really disappointed in the whole non-minion thing. I was really hoping there would be some sort of a minion build. I thought being in a human form and being able to call forth, you know, vines and skeletal plants or whatever, right? Or wild animals, right, to fight by your side, would be cool. Although I can also see where that would be kind of tough to balance. But anyway. I'm really trying to decide, do we go back to this? Do we go back to this build now? Because melee, I didn't really see where melee is going to get much. Sadly, sorry, melee still looks like it's going to be rough, really rough. And I don't know that melee druid or bear druid form is going to be much better. I think a lot of people are going to go wolf or stormcaller kind of build. I think a bunch of people will try to go wyvern just to kind of be cool, right? Because it's, you know, it's the dragon. I'm really I'm really not that excited about these changes. I mean, they're interesting, but of all the things that we speculated and everything, a few of them were true, right? New class, new skill gems. Now the skill gem thing did seem a little interesting, where you can corrupt them and you do the multiple corruptions on things. That was kind of interesting. The 50% failure rate seems a little high. But I can understand some of that as well. So anyway, let's talk about what we're going to do for the next couple of hours. We can either continue to play this, What do we have for sorceresses? So we have a level 3 mercenary. We have an Amazon. You know, we did not do. Oh yeah, that's right, because it was pretty. All right, so hang on just a second. I'm gonna log into my old lightning spear build. You okay, bud? Hi, my boy. That's my bow. How are you? Oh yeah, look at you. You have minions. Oh, that's right. You have a minion and a pet. I don't want to feel reset. Can I exit out? Can I exit out of that? I don't want to reset all my passives. How do I exit out of that? I guess I could do this. Let's do that real quick. Okay, great. Wow. Yeah, again, not super impressed. Oops, hang on. That went into the wrong place. There we go. Oh. I have no preference. Whatever is easiest for you, my love. Sorry, my wife is asking me what I would like to eat because she is picking up lunch for us on the way home. I don't care. Whatever's easiest.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Whatever is easiest. Because I know you've had a full day already. So
Ready your men, Captain.
I will not be particular. If you want to go through Buc-ee's, if that's easier. If you want to go through a drive-thru, if that's easier. It does not matter to me. Thank you, my love. That was sadly disappointing. Oh, and I remember now. Okay, that's why it's going to make me redo all my passives. Because they really nerfed the lightning spear build on the Huntress. That's right. Which is why I went with a lightning arrow build for... Okay, yeah. I do remember that. Because if I remember right, oh, wrong button, sorry. Yeah, because if I remember right, Huntress was horrible. Right? I'm trying to remember here. Sorceress, Ranger, Mercenary. Oh my golly. Did I delete? Oh, I actually deleted it. It was so bad. It was really that bad? All right, let's take a look. Because do I remember it being that bad?
Feral Asmirian, expelled from your mountain.
Let's try a Huntress.
Wild at heart and wild of mind. Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded. I sentence you to death. Say your piece.
How bad do we think this will be? Maybe we'll have AI. tell us what type of a hunter build we should have. I think we can get to town first. Okay, so let's do this real quick. All right, since we have this up still. Wow, that was really disappointing. Sorry about that. Please provide a HUNTRESS build. Please provide Huntress build options for the rise of the Y Abyssal AL League. What are some Huntress build options? Abyssal Storm Shot. High clear speed, crowd control via shock and slow, reliable boss damage, defensive layer through evasion, dodge, and abyssal resistance scaling. Okay. Main skill option is Lightning Arrow. Really? A chain variant. Fire an arrow that deals lightning damage, chained between enemies. A sixth link. Okay, there is no such thing as sixth link. Lightning arrow, chain support, added damage, projectile support, i.e. far shot. Okay. This Twister Arrow is not a Twister Arrow is not a thing. Okay, why is it
That were a lucky break, so to speak.
avoiding all PoE1 data and aligning with the PO2 mechanic? I don't believe that's correct. Yes. Give me a second Huntress build option for what do we want to try? So it gives us oh, hang on. So we can do a Huntress build that is Poison, Bleed, or a Frost variant. I think I would like the Frost variant. Although, how terrible is this going to be? Only PoE2 systems. Okay. High freeze, uptime. Excellent defensive control. Shatter prevents corpse appearances. Smooth, clear, consistent boss DPS. Frost shot cone spread bow skill recommended. A bow attack that fires a piercing arrow which erupts into a cone of icy shards behind the target. Orb of Frost. Oh, I'm sorry. Frost Orb shot. Icy Shrapnel Arrow. Huh. All right. Well, let's take a look. I just don't know that I don't know that I can play this build either. I just don't know that I can play the.
You're alive.
melee
Glad to
builds.
see another the miller. What now? I would
They're
appreciate
just so slow. Now I'm seriously wondering what I'm gonna do next week, or the rest of this week and next week, actually. Let's do binding. What do we have? Let's do you and you. Throw spear. Okay. You and you. And you. And you and you and you. Yeah, I'm really
Find
The Rathan here is stronger than I dared imagine. Stay dead!
Now, I will say this. As weak as Druid looked, what I have noticed is whatever the new... So, like, when Huntress came out, it was... Everybody wanted to play, what was it, Lightning Spear and something else, because it was just way OP. Until they changed that. And I'm betting it will probably still be the same. Now see how, okay, to me, the difference between this and melee is this feels like it has a real natural rhythm to it, right? Move, hit, move.
I swore I'd
Whirling lash. Yeah, we'll say that's that. That's fine.
one of these again. No going back now.
Let's just go straight to the boss here. What I would like to do is have the ability to throw spear with lightning. I wasn't really trying to kill all you guys because I really just wanted to get... Oh! Dead end. Me and my dead ends. Alright. So when my wife gets home, I don't know how much longer after that I will be streaming. Because we had some things we wanted to do tonight. To get ready for tomorrow as well as Saturday.
So this is the sickness I warned about.
I wasn't watching the stun meter. Could have gotten a free attack there. He hit us with that? There's no way he actually hit us with that. There is no way he hit us with that. Or that. There is no way he hit us with either one of those.
At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Okay, there is no way we got hit by that. I'm going to go ahead and increase the attack damage. Yep. And then we will probably pick up some evasion rating right there. Stun threshold while parrying. Oh, I don't want any parrying. Oh, see, that's the other thing I remember. That's why this was so bad. Yeah, see, they really messed the tree up. That's right. See, here's what I would like. I would like the ability to pick this character, but I would like the ability to start on any one of these other trees. I mean, because only some of them make sense, right? Anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna go with that. All right. Wow, I forgot how bad. Which is why I probably don't have one or a monk.
What a sorry sight.
Renly's the name. Well, have no fear. I'll smith for you. There's a beast of particular dark.
Yep, we will take him out.
Sort, that one.
Welcome to the camp that all this I fear this all this began the night count I fear this land. Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming.
Actually, we can just go ahead and sell you.
Beautiful. Thanks. Bye.
Out there.
Yep, we will
What can I
do that as well.
Aye, I'll check out that.
I knew. Take care. Cave in the cracks.
What are our options here? Explosive spear, but if I remember right, that takes a while.
Stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short
Yep,
delay.
that's horrible.
If you have a frenzy charge from a skill,
Sorry, but that's terrible.
You'll consume it to Twister.
Hold the weak dashes to an enemy and will instantly kill them if lightning spear splits into many projectiles on impact.
Okay, so we get lightning spear at level 6. Okay, so we really just have to live.
Stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying them will cause an explosion of ice shards that are highly effective at freezing enemies.
After you
This will
parry.
also create a patch of frozen
I don't like
spear
that
field
so much.
Rends the ground with spears.
Nope.
Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead. Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can also consume a frenzy charge to overcharge and create a patch of shocked ground.
Okay, so frenzy charges. Okay, so keep that in mind. Frenzy charges. Where did I see frenzy charges? Right here? And we get frenzy charges from...
Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies.
So
in
you
front
have
of
to
you.
use
If you have
disengage
just
to get a
parried an
frenzy
enemy
charge?
with your buckler, disengage will
Really?
create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which whirling slash hits enemies and creates a whirlwind that blinds and slows enemies inside it. Slashing again will expand the Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a Twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more Twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects, or be used with elemental whirlwinds that have sucked up elements. Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a Twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more Twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches from Unearth is a flame wall ignites enemies caught. Orb of Storms arcs lightning to nearby enemies. Any spells.
So if you could do Orb of Storms with Lightning Spear,
Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on
that
impact
would be
and has a high
interesting.
chance to shock enemy. Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying them will cause an explosion of ice shards that are highly effective at freezing enemies.
Yeah, I don't think we're
conjures
gonna
a
get that
small
close.
Tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies.
So we're probably gonna do Twister. All right, so what does it say our choice options are? See, it says to actually use a bow. Why would I use a bow? Well, we don't really have any good spears, do we?
What have we got?
So what are you offering? Oh my golly. 5%. Both of those are horrible. I guess.
Go well.
I guess we're gonna gamble.
Welcome. If I don't got it.
Not even sure where I picked that. You're welcome. Later.
See what we ended up with here.
He's trouble, he is. But reckon it's the harmless kind.
No. No. No, no, no. Maybe. All right, we're gonna go ahead and just do that real quick. I don't want to put it anywhere at the moment. No. Maybe. More likely. Melee skills. I don't want melee skills. I want projectile skills. Well, increased physical damage, that's a start. So that is a no. Horrible. So what can we do? Although I don't really want... Let's try something. Oh no, that's not too bad. Oh, attack speed went up. Okay. Alright, so that's not terrible. I don't like to gain mana on kill. So this is now junk. Oops. Sorry, that's now junk. So now we're down to... Oh, come on. Hello? Game? There we go. I guess, even though we don't like... So that's a no. So I noticed none of these ended up with since we have more money than anything else. Yeah, so you didn't have anything. Yeah.
Stick to the cairn.
Yeah, Those two are probably the best.
Hey. Ooh, you're welcome. See ya.
Let's see how we did. 46. That's a good start. No. 44 and 6. That's a possible. That is a possible. That is a no-go. That is a no-go. That is a no-go. 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 No-go.
Boy. I'll find some use for that. Till next time.
Increased attack speed. Okay. Add physical damage. That's super. Accuracy not so great. Give me +1 to projectiles. Critical hit chance not great. Plus melee skills. So let me guess. It doesn't do projectile skills anymore for spears, even though you can throw them. 10 to 21. That is definitely the best one. Yeah. Can we do anything at all with this? Just not impressed at all. Accuracy rate. Okay, why can't I get... Oh, now that one. That's a little better. All melee skills again. Why in the world does it keep doing that? All right, skills. So let's do this one. Okay, 26, 21, 27, 30, 30. Okay, so that's our best. That spear is our best spear. Hang on, I got animal movement, which probably means my wife is home. Give me just 1 sec. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. My wife brought Whataburger. It's a Texas chain here. All right, so let's see. 1, 2, 3. What did we get? Hey! +1 to projectile skills. Look at that. We finally got one with +1 to projectile skills. The question is it any better? It is not. Granted, those skills go up, but the damage goes down. Okay, so... Oh, that's the blank one we started with. I was going, what in the world? Yes, I am going to waste some of the currency on this. That is not good. All right, we're going to blend those three together and see what happens. Just because I'm curious. That is even worse. Yep, that's horrible. Okay.
How can I help? That'll be useful. Go well.
All right. Do we have some gear? I'm sure we do. I don't think there's any uniques that we want. Oh, maybe this one. Evasion rating, reduced maximum mana. I don't really care about that. Increased mana regeneration rate by 100%. But that does put our evasion rating up. Let's let's try it. Let's see what happens. What else? Shields. I'm pretty sure we don't care about any of their shields. We can't use any of the ones that we would be interested in anyway at the moment. Increased block, increased armor, and energy shield. Nope. Damage and block recouped as mana. Oh, interesting. These bucklers would be what we'd be more interested in. 99% increase in evasion rating. 100% of parry physical damage converted to cold damage. Okay, interesting. 25 to 35 cold thorn damage. Okay, so that's worth keeping in mind. Spears themselves... 172% increased physical damage, reduced attack speed. Strikes deal splash damage to targets, knock back enemies on hit. Cannot use projectile attacks. Okay, so I can't throw it. That seems horrible. Always poison on hit. Any number of poisons. Does no elemental damage. I'm curious. I'm curious from the perspective of, is there a poison build for this class? Armor, increase attack speed. We'll pick those up just to take a look at them. The extra elemental resist. Damage taken is recouped as mana. I don't really care about either of those. Rings. I think we will go ahead and, oops, hang on. We'll use those two. We'll use that. Oh, hang on. We'll use that. We'll use what? That, I guess? I don't know. What do we have? Man, I don't really like any of these. Guess I'll take that one. Let's try that one for now. Increased armor. Movement speed, evasion rating. I think we're just going to go with the evasion rating at the moment. Dexterity and int, probably. Do I not have any chest armor I can wear? We seriously have nothing? Oh yeah. Let's try that. All right, there is no poison here. Just give me any one of these. I don't care.
Flips backwards as you
There is no poison.
Rapid primal strike using glacial lance hurls a piercing spear that leaves a trail of ice behind it, chilling enemies in its wake. If it consumes a frenzy charge, the ice soon bursts, dealing extra damage. Glacial lance Thunderous Leap performs a lightning-charged jump and slam. This skill is a detonator. Using Elemental Sundering consumes all elemental ailment. Spear of Solaris requires Wind Serpent's Fury consumes all your frenzy charges.
Yeah, I don't like any of these because none of these give you frenzy charges.
Barrage empowers your next. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on.
So you get no frenzy charges unless you disengage. Or parry, sorry. Not even disengage, you have to parry. Which, why would I want to get close enough to parry? Why would I want to do that?
Death take you!
See, I'm just saying, I just don't know why you'd want to get that close. That's all I'm saying. Now that wouldn't be bad if I could just do that, jump around.
That ain't just a crack. That's done it. Kill him, and it closes.
I'm assuming parry. I just want to see something. So we get 20% increased melee range. And it poisons everything. All right, we're gonna go a couple more minutes here. Oh. All right, let's go here and here.
No common beast could carve out something of this size.
Wowee, that poison is real. let's go find our worm real quick. That is not it. All right. It's not that way. Maybe it's this way. Let's hope. Yep. Okay.
You'll torment Clearfell no longer, you slimy bastard!
Well, again, the stun buildup. Wow, look at how many poisons it puts on them. Because it can have multiples. Oh, so it stacks poisoning. Ooh, and we parried that just in time.
You'll last, you have.
Yeah, I don't really care about any of that stuff, so let's pop out. Alrighty. So let's see, what did we end up with here? I think we're going to change that back. We'll hold on to that. We'll sell the other things.
So,
These will...
you have my good luck. Ah, now this won't. If you find a pint out there.
All right, I think.
There's a time and a place for
Oh,
that.
yeah, there's a time and a place for that. This is neither.
I will treasure it.
All right, so I think that's what we're going to call it for today. 1 second, I'm going to cough again. I didn't want to blow your guys' ear out. Anyway, I think that's where we're going to stop it for today. Thank you, everyone, for spending some of your Thursday here with me. We saw the announcement from GGG. That gave us a lot to think about. Our AI was off a little bit. Anything that had to do with minions, it was wrong. So the whole minion concept was wrong. So we'll have to find a different build. It was on point with the Stormcaller build and the Fire build and the Frost build and the form changes into bear and wolf, but what it did not have is changing into a dragon, which was kind of interesting. Overall, I was a little disappointed. I'm going to be interested to see actually how it kind of plays out. I think storm items, storm builds or lightning builds are still going to be the top DPS thing coming out. Again, I was disappointed that there was no druid minion build type. So anyway, with that, I will wish you a blessed rest of your Thursday. Hope to see you guys here tomorrow as we'll be streaming for a little while. And then on Saturday, we'll be doing the Christmas cookies with Create with Candace. So thank you again, everyone. Hope you have a blessed rest of your Thursday. See you.